Yes, Farooq.
He's here, he's just not. He turned off his camera for a sec.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Okay.
back. Yes.
Okay, he's back.
Did he just say something there? Was he?
No, I'm back.
Oh, you're back? Oh, okay. Because okay.
I won't use it back.
So let's start. Yeah. So welcome to the Diaspora Dialogue. This is our maiden show, and is the show where we talk about most of the existential issues that is facing our country. Not just issues pertaining to Nigeria, those living in Nigeria, but also the Nigerians in the diaspora, as well as some aspect of international issues and politics that has been brought to bear on us as a people. We are not just here to discuss, to catalog the problems, but also to look for ways to provide the solutions in the most practical way. I'm Osmund Agbo, and I'm joined here by two other co-anchors, Professor Farooq Kperogi, who is a professor of journalism and emerging media at the Kennesaw State University in Georgia, and Professor Moses Ochonu, who is a professor of African history and Cornelius Vanderbilt chair in history at the Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. And we're glad to welcome all of you who've made up time to join us and in this journey to this important discussion that we plan to have. Nigeria is obviously a nation of incredible diversity, rich in culture, and with limitless potentials. But it goes without saying that many people have described us in different ways. Some say we are a clay-footed giant. Others describe us as an eagle that just can't fly. But in all, what it just goes to show is that we are punching, as a nation, we are punching far below our weight. This show will be hosted once every month. And within the time, we plan to bring in experts, as the case may be, to shed light on some of the issues. But most importantly, this show is very big on audience participation, as we are all stakeholders in Project Nigeriana. So tonight, we'll be talking about an issue that's been in back and forth of discussion in Nigeria today, which is the issue of the future of our country. So the topic tonight is Nigeria's future, presidential or parliamentary system, also states or the regions. So these are very current issues that is in the front burner in our national discussion recently. And there is a reason for that. And the main reason is the fact that a good chunk of Nigerians believe that the country is not headed in good direction. As a matter of fact, it won't be an overstatement to say that Nigeria is a basket case. And a big part of the reason is the fact that the foundational document, which in this case is our constitution, is very faulty. At the end of the military rule, which was in 1999, the then military administration of General Abdul Salam Abubakar bequeathed what they called it Decree 24 of 1999, which everybody has come to agree that it's a very, very faulty document. In the first place, the way the document came about, Abdul Salam was somebody that came into the political scene of our nation by as a way of accident, because Sani Abacha died. And while Sani Abacha was in power, he constituted a constitution drafting committee in 1995. But being as it may, that's what happened, and all the things, all the issues that we had at the time, it wasn't conclusive till, death came upon him and took him away. And so when Abdul Salam came onto the scene and, he was interested in transition into a civil rule, one of the things that he did was to constitute a 25-man committee to look at that 1995 draft constitution and, try to tweak it before, which will be the document for the incoming civilian administration. But fortunately, unfortunately, the committee, after an extensive deliberations, hosting seminars and all those things, decided and advised the then military council that they wouldn't recommend that document. First of all, because it was not very representative. That was at the time that Abacha was forcing a lot of sanctions. Many people were against his government. So the participation was very, very poor and very, very lopsided. And so they advised that instead of going forward with that 1995 draft, they should actually jettison it and go by the 1979 Constitution. But the military government, being the way they are, they're not actually obligated to listen to anybody. So they decided to go ahead, even in spite of the fact that, the body that they constituted advised against using that Constitution, they still went ahead with that. And then that's how we ended up with the 1999 Constitution. And when a big part of the issue is the provisions, that the provisions of those, the Constitution of the Decree 24 of 1999, which we have now. And one of the things that it has caused is the issue of agitation for, many people want to go their separate ways. You have in the Southeast, you have the MASOB, you have the IPOB. In the Southwest, you have Udua and the rest of them. Even in the North, the Arewa, they have their own, everybody has one way or the other they want to go, they're not happy about the system. And there are two aspects of the main reason why people are dissatisfied with the 99 Constitution, broadly categorized. One is the way the unequal representation in the governance of the country. Being that, okay, if you look at the local government structure before the military administration of Babangida and then later Abacha, what we had was like 302 local government that was created last time. I believe it was in 1976. Buhari came in between 1989 to 1991. He created a total of 282 local governments. And Abacha came, added 185. That was in 1996. Now, if you look at the distribution, there is no clear-cut ways, like how they came about, like in a state, how many local governments should be there and, which one shouldn't be there. A typical case is if you look at the population of, say, the most populous state in this country is Kano. Now, when you compare Kano with a population of, as of today, of 16 point something million, the follow-up is Lagos. Lagos has a population of 15 point something. Now, Kano State has 44 local governments, but Lagos has only 20. That is not even up to half. So a big part of it is this unequal representation. And when you put it alongside the fact that most of the revenue sharing formula we adopt in the three-tier government of the federal, the state, and the local government, it follows along that, then it goes without saying that any state with a more local government will get more allocations compared to the other ones. And it's not surprising because Abacha was from Kano State, so he made sure that, his people got a big chunk of those things. And like I said, again, is also the allocation of resources. A big part of the problem with the 1999 Constitution is the fact that the power is so much concentrated in the center, to the detriment of the state. items within the exclusive list are like 64, and a handful of them in the state. So basically, the federal government is just this big uncle with the president sitting on the top, and everybody else is eating the crumbs from the table. And that is why it's almost like a do or die to get to that position. You know. But that's basically the background of the agitation for the 1999 Constitution. So all the discussions going on now is how to come about a more representative constitution that will be acceptable to the majority of the Nigerian people. The bills that's been tabled broadly divided into like 3 of them. The first one was around February. A group of 60 lawmakers drawn from the lower house. They call themselves the parliamentary group. They introduced a bill to end the current presidential system and revert to the parliamentary system, which was the case in the First Republic. That's one of the bills. Then the second bill is the one that is championed by 35 senators, also in the lower chambers, under the auspices of what they call the reform-minded senators. This one, the main thing about this particular one is they advocated for a rotational presidency among the 6 geopolitical zones, and then a single tenure of 6 years for the president and the state governors. Those are the 2 key points of their proposal. But by far the most extensive and the most recent one is the one that from a private citizen, Dr. Akin Fakohunda, who also is a is a chieftain of the Afenifere, and he also represents a body called the Coalition of Indigenous Ethnic Nationalities. So his bill is much more extensive than any of the ones that I mentioned before now. His bill is called the Act to substitute the annexure to Decree 24 of 1999 with a new governance model for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And just to give a few highlights of what is to return to the regional form of government, which will be divided into 8 regions. Some say 6 regions, but what I saw actually is 8 regions. The Southern, Southeast, Eastern Middle Belt, Western Middle Belt, Northwestern, Northeastern region, Western region, and Midwestern region. That's a total of 8. They also advocated for a 2-tier system. So instead of having the federal, the state, and local government, they just want the federal and the regional government. In his arrangement, there will be the state as we know it today wouldn't exist, because he feels like a 36 state for a nation of 230 million people is quite unwieldy. So he advocated for the federal and then the regional government. Then under the regional government, to take the place of state is what they call the provincial government. And under the provincial government, you have divisions, which will take the place of what we now have as local government. I think the main point in all this is that instead of the federal government, for example, being the one to create how many states in the federation, the regional government will be the one that will decide that, okay, in our region, we only need to create 6 states, and the same goes with the provincial government, which is taking the place of the state government. They are the one who's going to decide based on a certain defined criteria, which they will come up with. They will decide if, okay, this state, this particular province, we will create 10 or 20 or 40, divisions, which at the end of the day, nobody will care, because that is not going to impact on the revenue sharing, which they advocated 80-20. That is, the regions will get 80 and the federal government will get 20%, which would be like taxes and all this. Now, so if state A decides that, okay, we want to create 100 local government within, that's their business. It's not going to impact the other regions, which is the high point of this. And then to cap it all, they also advocated the return to the regional system. And just to give my little take on this, starting with the governance model, whether we will retain the current presidential system or to revert to the pre-colonial parliamentary Westminster type. I mean, we've talked about this in our chat, and my take is the hood does not make a monk, so to speak. That is to say that, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's presidential or parliamentary, as long as, you know, we carry on the business of governance in Nigeria the way it is, I don't think it's going to make any difference. I know we have a lot of issues, you know, with the presidential system, and a lot of people talk about, you know, the cost involved in, you know, carrying out the system. And my take again is the fact that, you know, we are lampooning the system, but we've actually not practiced a true, you know, a true federal system, you know, the way it should be practiced. We copied it from the true presidential system. We copied it from the Americans, but we don't practice it the way the American practice. And our own has become so large. And for example, if you look at the cabinet ministers in the US, you have the cabinet ministers, which we call secretaries. There are just 15 of them. In Nigeria, we have 45 of them. And US is by far more populous and more wealthy than us. So we are looking at this a ratio of 3 to 1, you know? So when you look at all those, that's one. Then even the way we practice our own federalism, I mean, we all live in the US here, and we know how the states are almost autonomous. You know, I've seen many cases where the state of Texas will take the federal government to court, and, you know, but in Nigeria, the way we practice our own presidential system, which is more like a unitary system, the president is so powerful that even the governors, if they have objections, you know, they will be hard pressed to try to go against hard on the government, because at the end of the day, if the president decides that he doesn't like this governor and he has to go, he will make you go. You know, so even with all the downsides of some of the downside of the presidential system, which is our worry, we haven't practiced it the way, you know, from the people we copied it from. And then when you talk about even some other things, some things like parliamentary compensation, I mean, Nigerian parliamentarians are the most compensated in this world, one of, if not the most. I know there was a time that one of them, Sheikh Hussaini, was making some analogy, and at the time, that was as far back as 2018. The senator in Nigeria, that the exchange rate then was earning $480,000, you know, per annum. Their US equivalent was earning 174. You know, so everything about our own system has been practiced on the bridge. So if our problem is because of the excessive cost, part of it is because of the way we decided to implement it. But even outside of that, again, for me, whether it's the presidential system or whether it's the parliamentary system, every one of them has its merits and demerits. And it's more like how it's practiced that is the problem. In parliamentary system, the reason we had it before, and I think part of the reason why the Obasanjo and Murtala Mohammed regime at the time decided to go with the presidential system was because of the fact that they saw ours is a nation of so much diversity, and they wanted to make sure that they wanted to make sure that whoever becomes the president, that every part of Nigeria has a say of who becomes the president. Because with that, at least, even if you don't like one particular part of the country for whatever reason, you still be forced, because you know they have to vote for you, still be forced to try to see how you can work with them. But under a parliamentary system, that won't be the case. You know, somebody could just be an ethnic bigot, but he's able to get to the center, has a lot of money. Now he only has to bribe the parliamentarians and then buy the whole thing, you know. But anyway, so let me not go. I know we're limited by time, so let me not let me open up the floor to you. I'm starting with you, Farooq. I know how you feel about the presidential system. You've in that our chat, you also made known some of your, why you believe that the presidential system is never going to be a panacea for, an emerging economy like Nigeria. Let me see what's your take on the whole situation at this point.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Osman, for this very broad, informative introduction. You actually brought me up to speed on a lot of the issues that I hadn't quite caught up with. So thanks for that. I have a lot of thoughts and perspectives about this review of the Constitution that is flying all around. But I want to start with a very basic point. And that point is that the democracy we practice today was inherited from the military. And the military made it in their own image, which is normal. All they have known is the command structure, a unitary system, a supervisor at the top with subordinates beneath. That's all they have known. That's the structure of their operation. That's their institutional outline. And so they implanted that structure into the democracy they created and handed to us. And that's why I agree with the point you made earlier, that it's not even fair to judge the presidential democracy we are practicing or we claim to be practicing because we haven't actually given full expression to the presidential system of government. So we're not even quite sure we don't really like it because we haven't quite practiced it. What we have practiced is a pretense of presidential democracy, which was molded in the image of the military that formed it. But as someone who has lived in the United States for about 20 years now, I have philosophical disagreements with the presidential system being grafted into a culture and political entity like ours. And the first is what you mentioned earlier, is that it's extremely expensive. It's very duplicative and it conduces to corruption in ways that an alternative system wouldn't. So let's start with with the legislature. There is absolutely no reason to have a Senate and a House of Representatives, particularly in our culture where we know that the president can just corral every single person of them to pass a law without any debate. See what happened during the new national anthem law that was passed. That was the scariest moment for me in this Fourth Republic. The president, for whatever reason, wanted it. And he did not want to brook any debate, any dissension. And he just got these people together and said, pass it. And I told you guys, private chat that I had met with at least a member of the National Assembly. And he told me point blank that that bill did not pass. The nays had it. But the leadership, just pushed it through, took it to him within a matter of days. This thing was passed into law. I had no, for instance, idea that there was any such thing happening. So to have a National Assembly that is that pliable, I mean, do we really need a National Assembly? Do we really need a parliament that is bicameral? It used to be said that we had a rubber stamp legislature. Someone told me that stamp has been lost. There's no stamp. We have a no stamp legislature right now. And this is particularly distressing because the parliament is a fulcrum of democracy. It's the heart, it's at the heart of democracy. When autocracy takes over, there's always going to be a judiciary. There will always be the executive. The only branch of government that is absent or that is crucial to the function of a democracy is the parliament. You know, we've had extended periods of military autocracies, and almost always we've always had the executive and the judiciary, but what has always been absent is the parliament. So in a way, I'm happy that a lot the centerpiece of the reforms being suggested by multiple groups revolve around, the parliament. Either some people are asking for a parliamentary system of government or a modified system of parliamentary system of government. And I actually am in support of that, because if we lose the parliament, if it's not functional, then there's no point to even have a democracy in the first place. But I get the point you made earlier about the hesitations that informed the adoption of the presidential system, which was that they wanted to guard against the possibility of a bigot becoming a president. But of course, we've seen that in spite of those safeguards, we have never had a president who is nationalistic, who is broad-minded, who is cosmopolitan, who sees the entire country as its constituency. What we have had have been ethnocracies. Ethnocracy is basically government where a particular ethnic group that wins the presidency dominates the apparatus of the state. And that has happened all the time since 1999, when Obasanjo came to power, until right now, when Tinubu is in power. So in spite of the safeguards, the constitutional safeguards against having provincial presidents, we already have, that's what we've always produced. We have people during Buhari's time, for instance, he campaigned and wore the garbs of most major cultural groups in Nigeria, made pretenses to religious ecumenicalism, appeared in churches and all of that good stuff. But what did he do as a president? The first thing he said was that he was not obligated to dispense the same kind of justice to people who voted for him and those who didn't vote for him. So basically, what Obasanjo and Murtala wanted to guard against has reared its head. So we might as well, focus the attention of our democratic practice in the parliament, so that people get elected into the parliament, and at the parliamentary stage, they elect the prime minister. So the choice of the prime minister is the responsibility of the parliamentarians we elected. That's what happens in Canada. It happens in the United Kingdom. It happens in other places. It's lean. It does not pretend to have a national outlook that is almost impossible to achieve, because in spite of all the safeguards we had, we still have ethnocratic presidents. We might as well just center it in the parliament. So but of course, I'm also aware that a wholesale mimicry of the British parliamentary system is also not acceptable. And so that's why I want this to be put up for national debate. Let people make inputs from different parts of the country, with suggestions on how we can modify it, Africanize it, and then, of course, be sensitive to the cultural singularities that underpin our existence as a nation. We give ourselves 10 minutes. I don't know if I have exceeded my 10 minutes, but
I don't think so. Mm.
Okay. So, have I?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So,
Sure.
I also want is a situation where the local governments that are practically non-existent now, have an independent existence because they are closer to the people. During the military, I recall when I was growing up, I came of age during IBB's regime, and the local governments were functional. we knew our local government chairman, we knew our councillors. The elections into the, like during in 1992, when they had this diarchy, with a military top and civilian bottom, when there were elections into the, people took the councillorship elections very seriously. They took the local government elections seriously because those people were people who are known to us. They executed projects that had direct bearing on the lives of the people. But right now, the local governments are mere extensions of states. And I want a return to that era where local governments are so consequential that people pay a lot more attention to them than they do the federal government. And that's, for instance, what the case is in the United States. I recall during, I teach a class called community journalism. And in that class, I invite local elected leaders in our community to speak with my final year students. And they tell them what they're doing and all that good stuff. So the Cobb County Commission, the commission chair, which is the equivalent of our local government chairman, came to the class and asked the students, how many of you has ever heard my name? A few hands went up. And then the majority of students had no idea who he was. And then he asked, but do you know my role in your everyday lives? A few people knew, but most of them didn't. So he said, if you have no water, that's me. If your trash is not picked up, that's me. You know, a lot of the everyday realities, everyday tasks and expectations in society are done by the local government. So when he started pointing out the things he does, and he said, but everyone knows the president. You know your governor, but he has no input whatsoever. In your everyday life, you might as well not even know your president. So here is a case where, you know, in the United States, because of the structure of the society, people don't even know who their local officials are, but they actually function, they actually work, and they are responsible for the everyday, for the quotidian amenities that they enjoy. In Nigeria, it's not the case. Your water is not controlled by the local government. Your electricity is not controlled by the local government. Your trash is not controlled by the local government. They don't even exist. Everyone looks up to the federal government for everything, for the roads, for all that good stuff. So I want to return to a system where local communities can elect people who have a direct bearing on their lives, and they can be invested in the politics and policies of their local communities. When that happens, this overemphasis on the federal government, on who is the president or the prime minister, will reduce. And when that happens, of course, that is also consistent with the point we made earlier from one of the proposals that we change the revenue sharing formula in the country in such a way that communities that generate their own money should be compensated for the effort. My local government, for instance, in Kwara State, is called the food basket of the state. We have a lot of agricultural products, and we generate more revenue, more internal revenue than any local government in the state. But every single thing generated goes straight to the state government. And now they decide what people do with the money that they generate from their communities. So a change in the revenue sharing formula where communities that produce products and commodities and generate revenue should be able to use that revenue to develop themselves. And there's a point we always used to make, Moses and I, you know, a long time ago, that the reason people are emotionally divested from state expenditures is because of this idea that what belongs to everybody belongs to nobody. People don't, you know, so if everyone in the community were to contribute money and give it to someone to manage, if they squander that money, see the reaction of the people. If they know that the money that was stolen, that was being wrongly expended, actually comes from the community, we're not going to have this kind of lax attitude toward corruption that we currently have. It is the idea that it belongs to everyone, so it belongs to nobody, that conduces to the mental, emotional detachment from the consequences of corruption. So getting to the point where local government generate their revenues and local government chairmen manage those revenues, if they mismanage them, they see what's going to happen. A lot of people in pre-colonial times, during the colonial times, and even pre-colonial times, were either imprisoned or faced really personal consequences for acts of corruption. I know during the colonial times, traditional rulers in my area who were arrested and imprisoned for spending how much ridiculous amounts of money, because the money was coming from the people. People were tasked. The resources that were generated from the community also generated revenues that were now given to the colonial authorities. And so the people themselves were invested in how the money was spent and who spent the money and the consequences for misspending the money. So I think a move in that direction is going to be good for the country in the long run. But before I round up, I want to come back to the very important point you made earlier, which is that all of these things won't matter if we do not have the resolve to enforce the laws. Nigeria's problem has never been lack of laws. It has always been the lack of the will to enforce the laws. So people people corruptly enrich themselves, they are caught, they go to EFCC, and then something happens and nothing, they don't face the consequences of their action. And there's no greater enabler of impunity than the absence of consequence for the impunity. So I'm going to stop here and pass the baton to Moses.
Before then, thank you so much. You actually added a lot of flesh to some of the issues that I raised. Moses is going to be the next, but I know I'm still going to come back to ask you some questions regarding, the parliamentary system. There's no doubt that it's leaner, in terms of, consumption of resources. But I think for me, one of the biggest challenge, is the mentality. We've talked about the cash and carry politics we play now. If we have a National Assembly of, say, 300 members, who are the sole people vested, with this power to decide who becomes the president or not, are you not worried that a Dangote could just divide them into half, give each one of them $1 million, and decide who becomes the president of Nigeria? And it keeps going like that, But I'm going to come back to it, because what I wanted to ask is, okay, can we have a hybrid system where you have like a presidential system like we have now, but with a unicameral legislature, instead of just doing away totally and going back to a system that have already decided that, it wasn't working in the first place when we changed in 1979. But before then, Moses, one of the things that I would like you to also, fleshing out is this, some of the provisions of the Akin Fapohunda proposal. A big part of it is the fact that they are very, very concerned about the fate of ethnic minorities in Nigeria. Because if you look at that proposition, you find out that it's very, very, very big on the rights of the ethnic nationality. One of the things they stated that is, under a regional arrangement, the ethnic nationality should be able to decide where they want to be, which side they want to belong, and if they want to have some kind of government for themselves. But before then, let's see your take on the broad issue of the parliamentary versus the regional versus the state.
Well, I think some of the comments you've made, you and Farooq, anticipate some of the things that I was going to say. And so the last statement you made, for instance, about a hybrid system, I think my understanding is that the proposal, one of the items in the Akin Fatbufunda proposal, is a modified parliamentary system. It's not the Westminster style, which means, I hope I read it correctly, that the proposal is suggesting that the president be directly elected, right? Directly, meaning, going back to what you said earlier about the president having, or a presidential candidate having to campaign around the country and win support from a broad section of the country. So I think that takes care of that concern that you expressed earlier. When it comes then to the prime minister, that's the person, the head of government, right? That's the person that is appointed or elected is the right word, by members of parliament. And of course, ministers also will come from the parliamentarians. So I think that goes to support Farooq's earlier point about the parliament being envisioned under this proposal as the fulcrum, as the center of our democratic practice. I think the philosophical logic there is that if that is the case, a parliamentarian knows that going to parliament is the first step in so many other things that could happen to their career. So they would take it more seriously. They would have to win the support of their own people. They would make sure that that they have the backing of their people to come back, because they could become minister, but they can't become minister if they don't win their parliamentary elections, and so on and so forth. But be that as the case may be, I wanted to say, broadly speaking, this set of proposals, and there are several of them flying around, for me, they raise a lot of questions. They raise a lot of questions. And I understand, and I agree with what both of you said earlier, that these are just broad proposals or outlines that obviously will be discussed and debated in the months and maybe years to come, who knows. And there will be input from different parts of the country to refine and fine-tune these proposals, maybe turn them into actual constitutional amendments. But even at that, I see some potential red flags and issues that will be very difficult to walk through. And so when I was reading these proposals, I was taking mental notes about those issues. One of them, and I'll come back to your question, Osmund, about minority rights and all that, but one of those issues is, you have this proposal that suggests 4 tiers of government, essentially: the federal, the regional, the provincial, and the divisional. So essentially adding one more layer of governance to what we have currently. That's going to add to the cost of governance, inevitably. How can we offset that reality? I don't see any part of the proposal that addresses that question. But also there's another probably more serious concern, which is the relationship between those tiers, the regional, the provincial, the divisional tiers of government. What would be the relationship between them? That has to be worked out. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be messy. Trying to determine whether the regional government would control the divisional government, whether the provisional government, and whether the provisional government will control the divisional government. And will they all be autonomous? And if they are, these are all messy questions. The other part of it is, when will this start? The beginning point of these proposals, if we were to adopt these proposals as constitutional amendments, when will they take effect? I asked that question, and that's germane because you have people in parliament today, you have governors in states. If these proposals were to come to fruition, then governorships would be done away with. You have people who are in their first terms, governors who are vying, who would want to vie for second terms. It would mean that they have to shelve their second term ambitions and aspirations. You have people waiting in the wings who have who are nursing gubernatorial aspirations who would have to forget about it, right? You have people who want to go into parliament, people who are in parliament now who want to return to parliament, who, depending on when this proposal takes effect, would no longer be able to do that. And then you have the unicameral, the suggestion to move from a bicameral to a unicameral legislature. That also would eliminate a lot of the seats because currently we have what, about 100 senators and 300 and something House of Rep members. The number that I see in this proposal is about 180 total. 180, that's it, in a unicameral legislature. So that does away with more than half of the current number of seats. For me, that would constitute political suicide and would be perceived precisely in those terms by the political elite, because that is a shrinking political space for them. For the governors, it's basically there will be no more governors. So a lot of these questions have to be worked out. It's not going to be easy because, as with all negotiations, you have to convince these political players that the broader goal, the broader nationalist goal and logic is bigger than their ambitions and than their current positions. You have to convince them to sacrifice their political aspirations, to make real sacrifices. The sacrifices are not abstract, by the way, because as we know, these positions come with all kinds of perks, especially in our democratic practice, right? We're talking about money, positions, power, and so on and so forth that they have to give up. So those are, for me, those are questions that would have to be answered. This document, the various documents that are circulating do not provide answers to these questions. Not that we expect, proposals are proposals, not that we expect them to finalize or provide answers. But I just see a lot of issues that need to be discussed vigorously and debated. The other issue is the revenue formula, the sharing. And I, Farooq and I are sensitive to this because obviously we are connected to the North in all kinds of ways. And we're attuned to how these issues are discussed in the North, the issue of revenue. When people talk about, devolution and restructuring, and especially the resource control part of restructuring, the restructuring debate, when it filters through the northern discursive sort of ears, it comes across as they want to take away our money, they want to take away our location, they want to starve us. That's the way it gets interpreted in the northern Nigerian political vernacular. Now, that's perceived as an existential threat to people in the North. Not the regular people, but the political elites. That's the way that they interpret it. So it's not going to be easy working through that issue. 10% goes to the federal government under this proposal, and then the 55% is distributed across the regions, and then another, I believe another 30%, no, 55%, sorry, goes to the region of derivation, right? And then 30% is the distributable pool, right? And so on. That's going to be a radical shift, a radical change in the revenue sharing formula. The challenge would be to convince the North, especially, that ultimately this is in their interest. It is in their interest to support something like this because probably the North is the most dependent region on the national resource, on the national revenue. And, the challenge would be to convince their elites that if they were to go along with this in the long term, it will force them to explore and, develop alternative local resources that the North is known to possess. Land, for instance, is something that the North possesses. There's enormous agricultural potential in the North. There's enormous solid mineral potential in the North that have been underexplored. The challenge is to use logic, not to use the language of condescension towards the North, not to call the North names and say you are parasites, you are leeches, you know, mooching off the national. You know, that's the way that the debate has been framed in the past, and it hasn't worked and has generated backlash in the North for precisely that reason. So the tone and the tenor of the debate has to shift from that of condescension to that of, you know, persuasion and logic in order to get the North to buy into this. I support it. I support because I think it benefits everyone in the long run, and I think it activates healthy competition for revenue generation, developmental competition between the different regions. And ultimately, I believe that it benefits the North actually more than the South because it will, drive the North to explore a lot of resources that it has. So there are certain things I've raised my questions and issues and concerns about aspects of these proposals that need to be debated and worked out. But there are certain things that are promising, actually quite promising and radically so in these proposals that I personally like, partly because they align with some of my own thinking about some of these issues. You know, the issue of rotational presidency, for instance, is something that I've written about. I'm receptive to it. I've advocated it because it would promote inclusion. And that goes to the point you were raising, Osman, about minority rights. You know, as a so-called minority myself, I know that one of the issues that plague minority political agitation and that dominate minority political discussion in Nigeria is the fear of political domination, not in the abstract sense, but the fear of exclusion, to put it bluntly, to being excluded from key governing institutions in the country. You know, just because you don't have the numbers, you might have the talent, you might have the intellect, but because you don't have the coalition, the numbers, you can't make it into certain spaces, certain political spaces. And that seems unfair to a lot of minorities. That seems like a form of injustice. So rotational presidency takes care of that potentially by giving everybody a shot at the presidency. There is also something, we are all residents of the United States. And, when Obama became president, it had an enormous, powerful, symbolic impact on the imagination of Black youth in this country. It is something special, something really unquantifiably important about someone growing up and knowing that there's no limit to how much that they can dream, to what they can become, that they can literally become the most powerful person in the country, that being the president, of course. You know, under the current arrangement, where our emphasis is just on numbers, building coalitions, there is almost no chance of a minority person becoming president. Jonathan was an aberration. You know, his presidency was a child of circumstance, and we know the details. But so I think rotational presidency takes care of that. But rotational presidency might also take care of another issue that has plagued us since 1999, the Biafra agitation in the Southeast. Osmond, maybe you have a few things to say about this, but my view of the new Biafra agitation has always been that it is not so much about reviving Biafra as a state, as a separate state from Nigeria, as it is about a struggle for inclusion, acceptance, equality, and justice. And I think that it would do our country an enormous, profound good to have an Igbo person from the Southeast become president. It will also go a long way to reassure the Igbo people that they are now fully accepted back into the union, after the Civil War. So at the symbolic level, I think it would be a powerful development. so maybe we'll talk about that later. But the single 6-year term, to be honest, I'm indifferent to it. I've gone back and forth on this one. You know, the proposed single 6-year term. I see the merit of it. There's another part of me that says, well, if a president, given our political culture, if a president knows that they only have 6 years in power, that might trigger all kinds of atavistic, primitive accumulation, greed in them. That, just you only have 6 years. You don't have to face the electorate anymore. You don't have to win their vote. You don't have to go back to them to renew your mandate. What does that do? So I've thought about that aspect. On the other hand, if you only the 6-year term is compatible and consistent with the principle of rotational presidency, because it means that everyone gets to have a shot, right? After 6 years, you know that. And then it reduces our electoral troubles and violence and crisis and desperation, because what's the point? If you are one region, you know that ultimately this thing is going to come to you. So you don't have to, and I think it does something else. The more I think about it, I think it actually might actually be beneficial in the sense that Osmond, what the point you made about the military, Obasanjo and co, thinking about, preventing the emergence of bigots and trying to encourage the emergence of broad-minded, nationally accepted figures. I think this might actually work towards that end, in the sense that only one region, theoretically, if this became law, right? If rotational presidency became law, a single 6-year term became law, only the presidential candidates of the various parties would only come from one region. But they will be forced to work to vie for support in all the regions of the country to build coalitions that would propel them to power. So this takes care of that as well. But I see both sides of the debate on this one. I'm willing to be persuaded. I think I lean towards it. I think I see the logic of it. But let me try to wrap up by going back to something Farooq said about devolution. Devolution, we talk about it in the abstract, but at a very basic definitional level, it is for me about bringing governance and bringing the state closer to the people. And that has the potential to transform the way that citizens relate to the state, the way that they perceive government, the way that they see themselves as participants in governance as well, and their willingness to even participate in governance. One of the things that you see in Nigeria today is indifference towards the government and towards governance, at all. People just don't care anymore. They've withdrawn from the state. The indifference is so palpable that even voting, when it comes to voting, the percentage of people that vote in Nigeria is so small, because people don't trust the government, they don't trust the outcome, they don't see themselves as stakeholders, as participants in this thing that we call governance or democracy. But I think that if you devolve power, real initiative, to the local government, to the whatever you call them, divisions, provincial governments, it doesn't matter. If you devolve real power to those units of governance that are closer to people, people will have a stake in them. People will have a sense that this belongs to us, that they will have a more nurturing attitude towards it. But more crucially, as Farooq was saying earlier, they will be more inclined to hold people at those units accountable. I always say, one of the arguments that people always would raise against restructuring was, and I always thought it was forgive my language, I always thought it was a silly argument, counter-argument against restructuring. They will always say things like, if you go to the regions, if you devolve power to the regions or to these subnational units, don't you think those units will simply replicate the problems that we now see at the federal level? I've heard that argument over and over again. And I say yes, and at the philosophical level, I see the point and I agree with it. I say, yeah, every unit of governance has the capacity to generate corruption, to generate insecurity, to have incompetent leaders, and to be ineffective. The difference, however, and my comeback has always been, if it is close to the people, if it is not too far from them, if it is not distant from them, they know what to do. And I make this statement strategically. I'm being vague about it, but they would know what to do in more ways than one. And sometimes knowing what to do can be abstract, can be in terms of citizen engagement, but it can also be quite literally physically, because it's the local government or the divisional government is close to them. They know the person in charge, they know their families, they know where they're from. Sometimes they're even within walking distance, the hometown of the person who is in charge. The person speaks the same language in most cases as them, subscribes to the same cultural values, and so on and so forth. So they would know what to do. Our traditional institutions have ways of calling people to order. Sometimes it includes even going to the elders, the primary organs of restraint and discipline and order in our society. If a local government chairman is misbehaving, the last thing he wants is to be reported to the elders of his clan or his family and so on and so forth. He might be a bully, a tyrant outside, but if called by the elders of his village or his family, he might become as meek as a lamb. So there are ways of devolution can lead us in the direction of real accountability in ways that we have not seen in Nigeria, by empowering the subnational units, the governmental units that are closest to the people. We can achieve inclusion, we can achieve better participation in our governance system, we can achieve more accountability, and as Farooq was saying, we can achieve more development. Because right now, I'll say this and I'll finish with this point. Right now, one of the things that give incompetent leaders immunity from accountability, especially at the subnational level, is if they belong to the federal ruling party, for instance. They know that in some cases they're untouchable, right? That's number one, because the party will always come to their rescue. If there's an uprising, they'll send the federal police to protect them, or they send the army, right? Because they're in the good books of the ruling party. On the other side of it, they can also blame their incompetence and their non-performance on the federal government, right? Because everybody knows that the federal government is so powerful and controls most of our resources and is in charge of revenue distribution and so on and so forth, that leaders at the subnational level right now can plausibly blame their incompetence on. But if you take all of that away, then they have no excuses. You take the excuses away from the table. You take the ability to run to the federal government to seek immunity for their non-performance. You take that away. Devolution can help us do that, because then there will be fewer powers, available to the federal government. Even some security tasks will be devolved to the subnational units. The subnational units will control substantial amounts of revenue. So there will be no excuses for non-performance, and there will be no immunity for non-performing subnational leaders. So I think devolution is key. So I'll stop here for now.
Okay. Thank you so much. You really went to town with it, and your points are well taken. I think if there's anything we can all agree on is this issue of devolution. We all agree that the structure of the current federal system is just not working. So the closer the government is to the people, the more the impact is felt, and the more the people feel like they are actually, part of that government. One of the things we talked about is the single term of 6 years. Honestly, I'm all for single term, and I tell you why. So one of the biggest undoing of politicians is the fact that the moment they come in power, their biggest concern is how to sustain that power. That is it. Whether it's in the US, whether it's in Nigeria, if you recall that among the Republicans, the only people that have tended to disagree with Trump are those ones who are not seeking re-election. Yeah. Because you don't have that burden of maybe somebody disapproving of what you're doing and all those kind of stuff. And that applies even to a larger extent in what obtains, in Nigeria. If you look at the governors, you find out that I remember one of the governors that I was, I participated to a large extent in some of the when he started off. And when he got elected, the first thing he did was to basically go to all those the political heavyweights in my state. He made sure that all of them served in his cabinet. He gave all of them commissionership, or even if you don't like, you can recommend somebody. Why? Because he wants to make sure that when he comes back, or when he wants to come for the next time, it's going to be a smooth sail. Or everybody that he saw as a potential obstacle, he will always try to give them one kind of appointment or the other. So you end up having a situation whereby their first 4 years is all trying to settle all these things. But if you know that, okay, you get in there, you have the chance to do whatever you want, you're not going to be seeking re-election from anybody, then you now have to decide if, one, you have to pay more attention to loyalty, knowing that in the big scheme of things, they may not really impact you, or to focus on delivering something that is people will remember you. So I think whether even whether it's in the presidency or in the parliamentary, in the parliament, a single tenure for me instead of is much better than all these people who, even in the US, people have been here for 20, 30 years doing the same thing. Of course, that is not to say that there is no pros, when the fact that, especially for legislators, you find out that the first few years, they're just trying to learn the ropes, the legislative process, how it's conducted and all those things. But if everything put together, the real truth is that good governance is actually not rocket science. The problem is just that the people lack the willpower to do the right thing. Because even if you don't know exactly what you're doing, you have many people at your beck and call to tell you, okay. For example, in Nigeria now, we all know that we're lacking in infrastructures. So if actually you can, devote significant part of the state budget to provision of good roads, portable, you don't need the rocket science to tell you that that's something good. But the problem is that that's not what their first preoccupation is, to win the next election from day one. So yeah, so for that, I am very, very, very much in favor of a single term. If you want to extend it to 5 years or 6 years, that is something that is up to debate. But that's it. Then one other point you raised is the fact that in the current arrangement, in the proposal, the president is the one who is still going to go around the country and seek votes to be voted. But my understanding is that if we're going by their parliamentary system, the president is basically a figurehead. The real power lies with the prime minister, who is going to be, the function of, the people who are going to put them in place is the parliament. So if you ask people to vote for somebody who's not going to have any power, it doesn't really change anything at all, But with that said, Farooq.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I should probably start with that before I go back to the questions you asked me earlier, which is that, yes, I think that it's going to create a constitutional crisis of enormous dimensions if we have a prime minister and at the same time we have a president who is popularly elected.
Yeah.
Because we now have to territorialize their powers. We now have to navigate the cartography of their power. Where does one power stop and another start? And it becomes even more problematic if they're for different political parties.
Exactly.
So what's going to be, and so how do you, so I think that in almost all cases, wherever there is a prime minister, the president is always ceremonial. And he's head of government, but not head of state. The prime minister is head of state, and the president is head of government. I think that's how it is in Kenya. In the UK, yes, you have the head of government is the king or the queen, and then the prime minister is the head of state. So it's basically ceremonial. Yeah, I would advise against having a popularly elected president while there's a prime minister. And I think you said something about the possibility of manipulating the electoral process at the parliamentary level. If we leave the privilege to elect the prime minister to just elected parliamentarians. But I think that's a very valid hesitation. And I agree with you that a money bag like Aliko Dangote or any other person can just give $1 million each to parliamentarians and ask them to appoint a certain person who was going to further the interests of the business class. But the question I have, Osman, is, isn't that happening right now, even with the presidential system? I mean, the electoral contests we know are just a mockery of electoral process. We know it. In 2007, Yar'Adua was so ashamed by the profundity and ludicrousness of rigging that brought him to power that he admitted it and said he was going to, but he did not reject the gift of this electoral process, but was so ashamed of it that he admitted that this was unprecedented. In Ogun State, there were more voters, way more voters than there were registered voters. In his own Katsina State, where Buhari came from, the votes were so massively rigged. It was such a mockery of the electoral process that even the beneficiary of it, of the process, came out to admit. So we have never had a foolproof electoral process that throws off candidates that represent the national aspiration. That we already know. And I think what is going to happen with the prime minister is that we stop the pretense and just, have a leaner, more financially manageable process with the same end result. If with the presidential system where there's supposed to be an INEC that manages a national election, we're still producing, provincials as presidents. What's the point of wanting to sustain that when it's more expensive than the alternative, which brings up the same provincials, but it's financially more responsible, it's leaner. So that's going to be my own take on that. But I also want to talk about, I want to expand Moses' discussion on rotational presidency. And I think we should constitutionalize not just rotational presidency, but rotation at all levels of government. If we decide to retain the states, for instance, there are certain states that have instituted structural safeguards to rotate power within specific geopolitical regions that were created. Very good examples are Niger State. No one ethnic group dominates the governorship in Niger State. And at every electoral cycle, every political party knows that it's the turn of this part of the state to produce a governor. All their candidates come from there. So go from 1999 until now, you have a very fair rotation, and intra sub-regional rotation as well. We have the same in Delta State. There's a fair, what I like to call representational justice in the election of leaders, of governors. But we have notorious states like Moses' state of Benue, where every governor is invariably thief. That the highest thing an Igede or thief person can ever aspire to is to be deputy governor.
Yeah, Idoma.
Idoma, yeah.
So, and it's been like that since 1999, and it's still like that to this point, and there's no conversation around it. So we need to create not just opportunities for people to aspire to national leadership, but to aspire to regional and sub-regional leadership. And so we have that many states are multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-religious, and representation of people, that come from those divisions should be ensured, should be constitutionalized. Because as Moses said earlier, this is more about symbolism than about anything else. The fact that someone can even dream that they can, at some point in their life, be this, that's sufficient. Even if they don't actually get to become that, the fact that it's within the realm of possibility that they can aspire to be that does a lot of good to their self-esteem, to their self-image, and to their self-perception. But you can't have a political system where some people's dreams are automatically shut out. And so it's not just that, it's also that, so that should be constitutionalized. And then I want to raise a little, I know we're running out of time. So I would say one quick thing before I think some people want to ask questions before people ask questions. Well, I think so. The other thing that I want to point out is the revenue generation and all of that, which Moses talked about. And I'm in complete agreement with Moses's attitude toward this, which is that the tenor of the debate on revenue, on the renegotiation of distribution of revenues in the state has tended to be very condescending, has tended to come across as an anti-North, anti-Ariwa agenda. And when you put people on the spot, they automatically, get on the defensive. Psychologists call that reactance. Even if your point was not to, even if the reaction to your attack actually disadvantages them, they will automatically be activated to do it. Because if you couch the debate about revenue generation in regional terms, in terms that appear to target a region, then you don't get a debate and there's no movement. And as I said, I agree, without a doubt, without a single shred of doubt, that if we move, and of course, this has to be gradual, to a point where people who generate revenues from their regions have a higher control of that revenue than people who don't, we are going to have a very healthy competition. In the North, we have expansive land, we have a lot of mineral resources, we have agricultural products and other kinds of things that can generate revenue. But right now, people have no incentive to explore those options because there is feeding bottle from the federal government that comes every month, and no one cares. So people have been made to think that there's no alternative to the current system, and there's this fatalistic submission to the current state of affairs, and that's why we are stuck in prolonged infancy. There's no movement. There's no more money coming in than what comes from petrodollars. And there are countries, our neighbors and who are not our neighbors, who don't have petrol, who don't have these natural resources, but are doing very, very well. And as I say, the necessity is the mother of invention. Even people who don't have resources, if they realize that they have to survive, and self-preservation is the first law of nature, they're going to be forced to look for alternatives to generate money. And as we said, as we all agree, what happens is that when revenues are generated internally and they are used to develop societies, people are going to have more emotional investment in those resources and ensuring that they are judiciously used and that they hold the people who have this patrimony in their hands to account. And I think that's a good thing in the long run. But of course, it has to be a staggered process. It cannot be sudden, boom. Now revenues, we have to do this division. You have to project into the future and say, okay, maybe in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, so that people can psychologically prepare for it and make alternative contingency plans toward that goal. So I will stop here and maybe I know we don't have a lot of time left.
Yeah, just one response I need to give regarding what you and Moses talked about, how some in the South, southern Nigeria, the way they approach the issue of restructuring, making it sound like the North is a liability, and that obviously it doesn't go down well with the North, which is very true. The only thing I could say is this: I don't know how it's difficult to police, some of the things that probably more than 100 million people, say every day in social media and all those things. And I say that because I know how many times when people have called me and said, hey, one of the problems with you Igbos is because IPOP say this and that. And my response is always, so what made you think that IPOB is speaking for me? I didn't elect IPOB. I didn't do any of those things. Yeah. So what I'm saying in essence is, unless there is a time where maybe politicians from the Nigerian South come together and their position is something that is condescending to, the Northerners and all those things, I think that's the only time that somebody can actually get up and say, oh, because otherwise there is no way. Even in the North, because I've read some of the approach, they also, which is also sometimes derogatory to the South and all those kind of stuff. So I don't think that should be, if we see the merit of, towing a particular line, we're not going to be based it on what somebody wrote in social media that says, oh, all Northerners are, are just, they're just lazy. They don't want to do anything. All they want to do is consume what comes from the South. No. So that's the only thing I would say. I would say about that. But we don't have much time. So I guess before then, let me just say we talked about our heroes and villains,
Wait, now. I've not even. I have a couple of points to make quickly.
Oh, okay. I'm just giving my last one so that you can.
No, we'll come back to that one. We'll run up with that one.
Okay. Okay.
So, I think for us, for me in particular,
okay.
I think Farooq and I are. What we are referring to is the kind of political discussion that goes on at the level of high politics, not necessarily at the level of social media or citizen discourse, but the way that the political elite, the people that matter, the people who actually have the capacity to vote on some of these things, right? The way that they talk about these issues. So I think when you listen to debates, in the parliament, even in parliament, there have been some heated rhetoric. The southern political elite, when they talk to the media, when they make some of these proposals, the way they couch it, it tends to trigger a defensive reaction in the a defensive emotional reaction in the North. And that doesn't help negotiation when this is going to be a negotiation. Ultimately, this is going to be a debate. So I think we're just pleading for a different style. The substance remains the same. I often tell people you are preaching to the choir when you talk about revenue generation and resource control. Because I think the way it translates in the North is different. When people talk about resource control, we have to be in charge of our resources. Oh, this and that. I think in the North, it plays as, oh, they want to take away all these resources. Then they go into this defensive mechanism where they throw out this issue of, oh, we have more land, we have more population, we bring other things to the table as well. So what if we take away the land and so on? Then nothing gets done when that happens, when it's just two regions or two people going at it. So, but for me, the other point that I wanted to raise is elections, right? Because none of this works if we don't get our electoral process to work, which is to actually get votes to count and for people to feel like they can elect people. And they can, if somebody doesn't perform, they can go to the polls and reject them. I've always thought about this issue, in a number of ways. And I've settled on the point that the electoral system itself, we can do tweaks here and there, we can do some cosmetic changes. I don't think it will resolve the foundational issue. The foundational issue tends to be this issue of power, especially at the federal level, whether it's the parliamentary level, National Assembly, or the presidency, just being too attractive. And that comes from there's just so much power at the center. There's so much control at the center. I think devolution is going to help us also to deal with some of our electoral issues, whereby the federal government, federal elective positions are no longer as attractive as they used to be. So people don't fight over them as much. The other issue is the local government autonomy. There's a bill that the Tinubu administration has sent to the national. Is it a bill? Anyway, it's a lawsuit. Sorry, it's not a bill. It's a lawsuit. I read about it for local government autonomy, for local government to finally control their revenue allocation from the federation account, right? That's going to be part of this discussion as well. I want us to keep that in mind because that is not in these proposals, but it's a lawsuit. No one knows how that lawsuit will be resolved. It's going all the way to the Supreme Court.
There is a stay of action on that at this point.
There's a stay of, okay. So, yeah. so there is that. Because whatever happens with this whole proposal, we're going to have to return to that issue to resolve it in terms of, if the provisional government or the divisional government, whether they can control their budget, whether they can control draw their resources directly from the federation account and so on. And if we don't fix the state electoral system, Osmond, you made this point in our private chat. If the governor or the regional administrator, whoever is in charge, whatever emerges from this process, can still grab and hijack the revenue due to the local government or provisional government, then we're back to square one. So this doesn't do anything. So the other thing is the state police debate. State police, there's a bill. Is it a bill or there's some type of proposal from the Tinubu administration that's been forgotten about?
I think we need to have a whole session on police, on the state police.
Okay, that's going to be part of this discussion as well.
That's worthy of an entire.
Exactly. So that's all part of the whole. But I'll stop because obviously we're out of time. So.
Okay, Osmond, can you allow a few people to say maybe 1 minute or two, whatever, so that this is participatory, it's not just us.
Yeah. Uchenna, where's let me see if I can see Uchenna. Let me try and unmute him.
He asked many questions. First, as a
Uchenna, go ahead and please ask your question. Make it brief because we're already at the injury time. I beg.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Thanks to all of you for this.
And if we could see your face, that will help.
Oh, okay. Let me try and put on my video. I think you have to allow me to put on my video or something because
it's my brother. I didn't realize it was you.
Okay, no, yeah, it's me.
And he's been with us since we started. So it's only fair that we...
Okay, don't worry about the video. We can see you next time. Just ask your question.
Okay, no, so I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're not a fine man, though. Why you come to hide your face?
Yeah. No, this is very interesting. Unfortunately, I didn't read the document you've been referring to. But I just wanted to raise a few points, just as a way of thinking along with you. Two things. One, if these proposals are taken seriously, what becomes of the fundamental principles of democracy, equality, solidarity, fairness, and all that? Because we have to be sure that these proposals in terms of revenue sharing formulas and all that they align with the basic principles of democracy. If we are still going to call that system a democratic system, that's one. The second issue is Yeah, this is specifically to Moses, and okay, also to you, Farooq. This thing about the ethnic groups, I totally agree. Rotation is important, but it has an underside, which is the weakening of patriotism. Because if all I have to do is wait for the turn of my region, I might not really feel patriotic. That's one. Another thing is that most of the ethnic groups, I can say, for instance, among the Igbo, it will be difficult for one to say, find the president, for instance, amongst yourself for Nigeria. It is going to be very, very difficult because of misgivings about internal colonization and so on and so forth within the ethnic group. So, yeah, maybe not questions as such, but just things to think about as you interrogate this document. But I've enjoyed the conversation thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenna. I'm good. I was with him, Moses, in South Africa. So, and he has a lot of investment in the Nigerian project. But my quick responses to the question of rotational presidency is to say that every system that we choose to adopt will have its own downsides and upsides. And I think it's for us to put it on a scale and determine which is in the best interest of the country. So without rotational presidency, we still have bigots being able to emerge as president. And in addition, certain people being perpetually pushed to the margins or being perpetually excluded. So the alternative is to have everyone getting a chance to be president, but not everyone, but at least, in representational justice, if an Igbo man becomes president, that represents the entire ethnic group. And then in the South, among Southern minorities, if, say, an Ijaw man becomes president, or an Uruba man becomes president, or a Bini man becomes president, it gives people there a sense that, okay, someone from amongst my people is not exactly, I am Uruba and the president is Bini, but at least it gives me a sense that someone who looks like me or who shares the same demographic attributes as me can be president or has been president. Therefore, I can be president as well. And it gets more interesting. Someone from Southern Borno who is a Christian becomes a president. A Benue man will feel represented by that. So there are all kinds of permutations in this. And maybe it's to make it temporary, maybe a 10-year, maybe 50-year experiment to see how it turns out. But a situation where people are permanently shut out of the corridors of power at the state, local, regional, national level for reasons other than that they are accidents of birth and ethnicity and choice of religion or birth of religion, I think needs to be tackled. But I know that whichever way we go, there's going to be disadvantages. But I'm going to allow Moses to respond.
No, Farooq, you're absolutely right. And the other part of it, Uchenna, thanks so much for those comments. Actually, you've caused me to think more critically about what this might entail. But the other part of it is also that when you rotate when you rotate these offices, theoretically you are talking about different political parties presenting candidates. The example you gave, which of the Southeast, for instance, if that were one of the regional groups, one of the, the different political parties would present different candidates, presumably from different parts of the Southeast and representing different cultural tendencies within the Southeast. And so that the competition would be within that framework. But then those parties would also have then to go to different parts of the country and solicit support for their candidates in those different parts of the country. So ideally, if this worked, there's no perfect system, but under a perfect scenario, this would provide some representational justice within the regional unit, because presumably different parties would present different people representing different ethnic groups or different states in the Southeast, or different cultural areas in the Southeast. And then the national inclusion argument, the patriotism argument, will be addressed by the fact that out of necessity, these parties would now need the support of people from other regions for their candidate to emerge as president. So, but it is obviously, there are all kinds of contingencies, all kinds of issues that could arise, all kinds of complications that may have to be dealt with. But I think my take on this is that what we have now is not working. So let's put our heads together. Let's think about creative alternatives, and let's try them out. And let's walk through the issues as they arise, the complications that come up. We can walk through them through honest debate and conversation and creative thinking. So that's where I come into this. So I think, but yeah, but those are great points, great points. So now it seems like Osmund is he has to leave us.
Yes.
So he has left us, and I think we've gone over our time. So
can we take another question?
If there's another question, yeah, we can. Yeah.
I think there's Hassan Aliyu.
Okay. Oh, okay.
The question is, as a youth, what role can I play in reshaping the mindset of my fellow youth in the North to protect the dignity of Nigeria? Given the prevalent issue of youth turning to begging in the North, how can I contribute to changing this narrative and fostering empowerment and self-reliance among young people in the region?
Wow, that's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a big one. You know, my immediate thought is start from yourself, you know, start from your own self, develop yourself intellectually, broaden your mindset, look beyond your region, look beyond the North to forge alliances, to acquire new skills. And once you've developed yourself, then I think you not only become a role model, you know, whether you like it or not, but then you have a platform from which, and a credible platform at that, from which you can do what you call, you know, empowering other youth and changing their mindset. I think you have to be a good example in you want to present yourself in a way that is inspiring, in a way that gives the youth in the North something to look towards. But on at a broader level, I also feel like the youth in the North, more than I would say the youth in other places, partly because the North, as we know, is the poverty capital of Nigeria, you know, in the same way that Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. Precisely because of that, I think the youth need to be much more proactive when it comes to accountability issues, holding politicians and political leaders accountable. And I think rising above the appeal of primordial factors, religion, identity, and those kinds of questions, you know, to get things done for regular people in the North. So that's what I would say. I just want to.
Yeah, I think I agree entirely with that. And it goes, a quote that summarizes that is, be the change you want to see in the world. So, and you know, skill acquisition, holding leaders accountable, and then bringing like minds to organize instead of organizing. You know, there's a very popular saying that we encountered as undergraduate: organize, don't agonize. You know, when you agonize, you are living in self-pitying lamentation. When you organize, you actually try and do something about the condition that inspires your lamentation. And I think Moses has captured it well. Get your skills, spread your tentacles, bring like minds, hold leaders accountable. You know, start a new culture of ensuring that people who rule us fear us. And they fear us because they know of the consequences of failure. So, you know, So I think well, I think the one last thing we are supposed to do is our villains and heroes of
Exactly.
the week, right? So you start.
Okay, for me, as we, my hero. Let me start with my hero. My hero for this month is he's not a famous guy. He's not a famous Nigerian. He's not a politician. He's a private citizen doing what I think is an amazing work. His name is Moses Udoiso. He's on Facebook. He's very active on social media. What he does really interests me because he's giving young Nigerians, Nigerian youth, a platform to realize their academic aspirations in places like Canada and the US. He's created a forum where he mentors them, he coaches them to take advantage of opportunities for scholarships and funded graduate studies in Canada and the US especially. But I think he is spreading to other countries now. And I think what he's doing is underappreciated, but he has helped a lot of people. He has helped a lot of young people to enroll in PhD programs in the US and Canada. And I always tell people that when one person enrolls in those programs and graduates with a PhD, it creates a pipeline for many other people. Not only that, they are able to transform the fortunes of their families, their immediate families, sometimes their extended families, and so on and so forth. So in the age of state failure in Nigeria, these types of initiatives sometimes go unrecognized, but they have the capacity to create little pockets and little islands of prosperity and success and things that we can celebrate. So for me, the hero of this month is Moses Udoiso. And the villain for me is, a lot of people disagree with my choice for this one. The villain for me is Finidi George, the national coach of the Super Eagles, who just resigned today. People will disagree with me because they'll say, well, it wasn't all his fault. It was the NFF that appointed him and this and that. I'm always of the belief that you shouldn't take a position for which you are unprepared for which you are unprepared. And that once you accept the position, you can't make excuses for failing in that position. As it is, Finidi has single-handedly bungled our chances of qualifying for the next World Cup. When he took over, we still have our qualification in our own hands. Now we do not. He lost 2 matches, one to Benin Republic, which is an abomination, which is scandalous. So he deserved a sack, but he has resigned, and I recognize the honorable path that he has taken. That's a thing of honor to resign honorably. But at the same time, I didn't feel like he was ready for that job. The job was too big for him. He should have realized that. I think he knew that. But in spite of that, he took the job. So for that, he's my villain of this month. Farooq, over to you.
Okay, well, my hero of the month is not an individual, is everyday Nigerian folks who are going through and squirming in unendurable existential pain wrought upon them by a callous government that is imposing on them, IMF, World Bank inspired economic policies. People who have been told to endure pain by people who don't share in that pain. The fact that they are still able to push through, they are still able to survive and not snap in spite of the unexampled hardship that they have been forced to live with, they deserve to be heroes of the month. And my villain is also an institution, and that is the National Assembly. In my earlier contribution, I talked about how we have transitioned from a rubber stamp legislature to one that has no stamp at all. The undue, shameless haste with which they passed the new National Assembly bill, the new National Anthem bill, is like the most embarrassing parliamentary gymnastics I've seen in my entire lifetime. And for a national anthem that was composed by a colonial officer, infused with language that reek of condescension, that does not even imagine us as a nation that we have become, that body, deserves to be seen as the villain. And they have signposted to us the fact that anyone who is in power and has sufficient sway on them or has enough money to spread around, I have no idea what happened or behind the scene for them to unduly pass this National Assembly, this bill without a national debate, can actually make them sell Nigeria. That's what it means. If any power, anyone has access to any one of them and bribes them or persuades them, they can actually sign a law to sell everyone in Nigeria without anyone knowing. The fact that the National Assembly, that should symbolize the core of democratic practice, is that compromise, is that reckless, and that lacks with its legislative duties, it's an outrage, and they are my villains of the month.
Okay, that is wonderfully put, Farooq. I guess we've come to the end of the show. We apologize because one of us had to leave for professional demand. So we'll see you next month. Take care and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I see Chido is here.
Yes, Prof. Just listening in.
Oh, okay. Good to see you here.
Thanks, guys, for bringing this. We'll continue the conversation.
Yes, thank you. Okay, take care.
All right, cheers.